welcome to the stream. Last week I played through as Jill. We're going to be playing through as Chris today. I'll be using a guide where possible because I need to get his campaign done today so I can make a start on Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Resident Evil.
That's all good. Keep it on 2. And we'll choose Chris. It's his turn.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris!
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare. This way. Damn it! Make for that mansion! There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself. We don't know where Barry is.
Is everyone all right?
Barry. Where's Barry?
He's...
No. What was that?
I'll go and check it out.
All right. Jill and I will stay and secure this area.
Chris? Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, ZZ.
Wesker? Jill? Where did they go?
I'm doing good, thanks, ZZ. How are you? Hey there, Godfather, welcome to you. And speaking of game completion, looking to finish this whole playthrough today. So I'm using a guide on Chris's campaign to get through it quicker, and I'm going to get his bad ending. So unfortunately, Rebecca's going to have to die. Because it's the path through the game that takes the least amount of time. Or I assume. ZZ, did you lose your badge because of your stupid name? No, it's because of that stream I did of Control, where you were posting links to YouTube without context for probably an hour or so. That's why. Other people who had the VIP badge don't abuse it like that. So that's why. Thanks for redeeming that, Godfather. Alright, so I've got a scene. You mind telling me where the fuck you come off, going undercover without authorization from me? What the fuck is this all about? You wanna play some fucking bullshit cowboy cop? Go do it in somebody else's precinct. Don't you wanna hear my side of the story? What's your fucking side of the story? Let's hear your side of the story. Hey Axel, I'm not taking any more of this shit from you. You know how much this little stunt of yours is gonna cost this city. I don't think cost is the issue here, sir. I think the issue should be my blatant disregard for proper procedure. You're damn right, wise ass. The mayor called the chief called the deputy chief. The deputy chief just chewed my ass out. You see I don't have any bit of it left, don't you? Where in the fuck did you get a truckload of cigarettes from anyway? From the Dearborn hijacking. From the Dearborn hijacking. That fucking bust went down last week. That truck is supposed to be in the damn pound. I tried to tell you, Jeffrey, this is none of your fucking business. This is not my locker. Listen, Axel, no more of these setups, you understand? You're a good cop, and you got great potential, but you don't know every fucking thing, and I'm tired of taking the heat for your ass. One more time, and you're out on the street. Do you understand me? Look, boss, do you understand me? Yes, I understand, boss. The chief ain't chew it all out. You still got a little ass there. Don't fuck with me, Axel. Not now. Go on. Go home. There we go. So that's from Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah, Saint. The thing about Saint is, even with games that he enjoys, he also, takes the piss out of the game as well. But yeah, he's got some very funny comments and stuff. Yeah, it was just a bit too much, ZZ. It was just overboard. Yeah, Dylan, you son of a bitch. Great moment from Predator. That's okay, Godfather. Thank you so much for redeeming that. I love that movie, by the way, Beverly Hills Cop. I haven't seen it for a while, though. Chris, how rude. That zombie was taking a bath. Now it's going to take a bite because I accidentally went into the corner. That's what I wanted to do. Ah, yeah, I'm out of space. I have to come back in here in a moment. Later, though, this area will be filled with zombies. It's locked. Whoops. Press the button too many times. I think this is the door that can break. Well, that's good though, this is a good spot to go to. Nice. Got the headshot. Alright, so I'll drop off the knife. Actually, I can probably drop off the shotgun shells as well. Put that there for now, grab that, put that there. Grab that there, put this back. Now to backtrack. Do I look like it's ready to fall apart? Go through anyway? Yes. I think on Chris's campaign it doesn't get fixed. Whereas in Jill's campaign it gets fixed. I think that's the difference anyway. It's Bob again. Like he got through the door. There was something cool in this remake, how zombies could burst through the door like that. Completely taking you off guard if you didn't know it was a thing. So I'm using a guide for Chris's campaign because Jill's campaign took me way too long last week. Took me about 10 hours of stream time to actually get the campaign done. Taking breaks as well, but I want to get through Chris's campaign a lot shorter time. And I don't have his bad ending yet, so it's a good opportunity to get that as well. So he gets the small key. Goes out the door, and then follows through the corridor. And this other zombie's probably going to give me a hug as soon as I open the door. There we go. Defensive item. Alright, now do they go through this door or do they go straight past it? Oh yeah, so they go through that spot where I was at. ZZ, understand, you should have just timed you out, put you in the sin bin if you will. Yeah, that's true, that's something that I also could have done. Godfather classic 80s. It really is. Holy damn, there's a younger Jonathan Banks in Beverly Hills Cop. There is, yeah, he plays one of the henchmen of the main villain. Yeah, I don't know much about the Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad shows, but I've seen some clips with his character in it. And I was like, that's the dude from Beverly Hills Cop. Hey there, Shadow King. You played the remake of 2 and 3 in VR, as well as 7 and 8. That would have been cool to play it in those modes. Godfather famous now for Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool when actors like that, because, you know, he, I don't know how many other roles in his career were just henchmen, but it's good when they get a role on a long-running show. It still blags your head that Resident Evil and Devil May Cry are the same devs. Yeah. It's funny too how they were trying to do a Resident Evil 4 for a long time, and one of the games that they began as a Resident Evil 4 was what would eventually become Devil May Cry. Shadow King, I heard there was a mod coming to remake RE1 in full 3D like RE2. That'd be cool if it does come about. So they've got very minimal stuff. They don't have the health that I grabbed. But I need the health that I grabbed. Hang on. They got two? Two of those keys? Where'd they find the other one? Oh, it's typewriter. That's cool. So that's where it is. That's why they have two. So they're taking the fuel, but I don't really bother with that myself. Then they go up the staircase and then deal with these zombos. Alright, now they're going back down this way. Oh, because they forgot to fill up the fuel. Alright. I'll have to be prepared for the guide I'm looking at to go to detours sometimes. It's interesting, this idea of burning these crimson heads. The remake was also done by Shinji Mikami, and he also did Evil Within, so it's definitely the zombies on Chris's campaign are ridiculous. But yeah, in Evil Within, to stop the bodies from coming back to life and killing you or attacking you, you have to burn them. So it's cool that concept from this remake was put into Evil Within. Right, so now they're getting the dog whistle. Journal pages are blank. It's not very interesting content then, is it? Like, look at this great, amazing blank page. Alright, so the guide is going back to this room. Don't know why. Oh yeah, just to refill the canteen, but I'm not bothering with that. Now he goes back up the staircase. That's right, armor for that one. What a piece of armor this is! It's also armor as well. Use the sword key. But watch yourself with that key, you can cut yourself easily. ZZ, right, but the gameplay is just night and day. You love Biohazard, rise and shine, sleepyhead. Yeah, that's true. Makes sense why it didn't end up being a Resident Evil 4 game ultimately. Then I remember that prototype Resident Evil 4 where it was ghosts or something. I'm like, no. Alright, so this dude and this guy is just going around burning the dead bodies of the zombies. Before I go out this door, what's actually out there again? Oh yeah, this is for the dog whistle part. I absolutely hate doing this part because of the Cerberus. The AI for them is fucking annoying in terms of like shooting them. Alright, here goes. Call a bit of bullshit on the aiming for this part, but Chris should be able to shoot the enemy without having to aim down and shoot. Alright. Use this to heal. Oh, hang on. How much damage did Chris take? He's still on fine. That's right, I forgot. You gotta go over to this doorway. Actually, can we do it at this doorway? Good. Any doorway. You can do that. It's so funny, like, you'd think they'd make it so that, once you've used the whistle, it gets taken out of your inventory automatically, like the message comes up automatically after you deal with the dogs. ZZ, why have you not seen you play Devil May Cry 5 on stream, Rod? Because I have no interest in Devil May Cry. Just like you won't see me play Final Fantasy games. I don't like them. Takes me enough time to play through games I actually like than to force myself through ones that I don't have any interest in. Oh, I examined that key. Oh, that's good. Alright, so now that those Cerberus have been dealt with, they go back this way. Ah, they don't go in there. Alright. They go to the other doorway where the shotgun is. The broken one, I mean. No, it's not just some old furniture, Chris. The flash grenade, that's what I wanted. Yes, let's take the broken shotgun. Sorry, I had to yawn. Yeah, they still haven't... Okay. They don't go in here. But... I've only got one bit of ammo left. Alright, so I don't need anything like that yet. There. Here, have a fucking flash grenade, even though I didn't want to fucking use it now. But that's the way it goes when I play these Resident Evil games. My early game sucks. Alright, so I think he goes around this way. No. Hey, Crimson Head. Oh good, I do have space to pick this up. Oh my god! What will I do? I have no idea. Oh no. That's right, we don't have the key for this yet. It's locked. An emblem of a helmet. Engraving of armor, yes. What a piece of armor this is. Nice. I like when that happens. And you get the critical headshot. Discard the key. I want the knife, please. A piece of meat from an identified source. With unidentified source on it as well. Oh wait, that's blood. No, Chris, don't aim at that enemy. Leave them to it. Hey there, hippie. Who thought it would be a cool idea to build a big house with a bunch of mysterious contraptions? Umbrella. They were like, we can't have anyone escaping, and we can't have anyone finding out our secrets. So we need to create this big mansion with all these traps. Across we go. Alright, so now Chris, in the guide, they're going for plant stuff. We used the old key, but it broke after we used it. Pick it up. Pick it up. Oh, sorry. Wrong pixel. There we go. I'm standing on the wrong little tiny pixel. Thanks for redeeming that, hippie. Hang on. This music should stop in the next room. There we go. Who thought it would be a cool idea? Oh, sorry. Whoops. Hang on. What am I doing? I'm reading your wrong comment, Hippie. Sorry. You don't get it, Bane. There's been two groups always at fight: the Templars and the Assassins. The Templars unleashed a virus in the Raccoon City, and the hero, an assassin, must save the city. Do we get the lore now, Bane?
Arnie, I think I'm getting it. I think Batman is a Templar. He always wants to maintain order in Gotham City. I'm starting to see it.
Thanks for redeeming those two. I appreciate it. Hey there, Sherbot. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to you. Hope it's going well. Welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining. Hey there, Sunniest of Rays. Welcome on in. Hope everyone's doing well. I think I went the wrong way. Or did I? I think I did. Ah, oh, damn it. This door's gonna break now. Probably won't be able to use it again after this. Hey, zombie. Just there chilling. Umbrella. Game Fanatic, thank you so much for the follow. Sherbot, you're doing well. How are you? How is your stream going this eve? That's excellent to hear, Sherbot. Glad that you're doing well. And I'm going really good. I'm having a good Monday. And the stream's going pretty good. Playing through as Chris this time. I wanted to get through quicker than I did as Jill, so I'm actually using a guide for Chris's campaign so I can get to Resident Evil 2 Remake today. And good one, Rod. I have to waste that health. Oh, Rod, you idiot. Oh no, I had to. That's right, I had to, because I had to get room in the inventory to take the shotgun off the latch in the first place, so I can put the broken one on. Yeah, Sherbot. Yeah, so I wanted to do the Resident Evil remakes because the remake of 4 is coming out, and I wanted to replay the remakes of 1, 2, and 3. And the Jill campaign last week took me a whole stream because I was very rusty. I hadn't played the game for 2 years, but I just don't have the time to do another 10-hour stream with this game. So that's the wrong way. Didn't actually want to go that way. And now we're going to get fucked over. And that health that I could have used? Oh, Jesus Christ. You piece of fucking shit. Chris is still on caution after all that. Alright, so they go this way now. Straight into the fucking enemy. Good on you, Rod. And this is where I'm gonna die. Okay, so that's why the person's going out to that spot in the guide. Great, they go... Oh dear, this is a problem with following a guide when they go on these different things, because where I needed to go was back through where I just came from and almost died. Showbot, very cool. We're glad to come show some support and hang out. Well, thank you so much for that, Showbot. I really do appreciate it. Hey there, Nemesis. This is True, back on Resident Evil again. This time as Chris. So the guide I'm looking at, they're also going and refilling the canteen of fuel, and they're also burning the bodies of the zombies to prevent them from coming back as Crimson Heads, which means they're going to be going in paths and stuff that are not where I want to go. So I think I'm just going to have to try and wing it myself a bit. Locked from the other side. I think the armor key worked on these other doors over this way too. And then this door's armor key as well.
You,
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you? Chris, this place... Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Don't talk. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on. I'll be back.
I don't really want to, but we might have to. Nemesis, you watched some of Revelation stream that you missed. You saw Crook came in later. That's true, Nemesis, yeah. He's my friend, so you'll definitely see him on the channel quite a lot. You know what, Rebecca? I don't feel like getting the serum. Oh, of course, that's right. I've got... Yeah, so I have to get the serum. This part. Although, I could wait. I could wait and then just have him die. Because if you take too long, he should die. That should work, right? I think. I don't know. I don't have time for this. I need this stream to be less than 4 hours, not 10. That's true, Showbot, yeah. Yeah, I first came across his channel when he was doing Assassin's Creed. He was doing a playthrough of the games where he went in the order that the years of the games take place in. There's a save room down here. Given how I've been going in this playthrough, or rather this campaign as Chris, I think it's time that I saved, so that all that progress that I made, i.e. from the start of the game, doesn't get destroyed. Plus we get the serum, but we can't grab it because Chris can't grab it, because he can't fit it in yet. And I'll use this first aid spray, get him out of the danger state. Save. Saving over my 8th save. That's true, yeah. Oh, you did? Oh, nice, Showbot. Yeah. Yeah, I met Maxi through Crook. I don't remember now how the associations began. But, it's amazing how that can happen. What about the serum? Here we go. We got the serum. Zombies, zombies, zombies. Zombie take 20 hits. Nope. That's right, helmet. Showbot, pretty neat. Happy to be part of the Twitch community. Really helps the lonesome when it's feeling heavy. Yeah, well that's the other thing too. Gives you the ability to, you know, vent sometimes, or just, you know, relax and chill out. Before I go to Richard, just want to deposit one of these masks. Yeah, and that's the other thing too as well, Sherbot. It's a good opportunity for that too. And that way, you know, at least you don't have to find the right time to, you know what I mean? Like sometimes when you're actually somewhere and you're hanging out, sometimes you feel like, oh, I need to wait a bit before I go or something. Oh, Rod, you put the mask away. Jesus Christ. This is why I could never be a speedrunner either. I forget shit like this all the time. I remember once, with Silent Hill Origins, I was doing a playthrough, and this was before I became a streamer. And I wanted to get everything in the game, and to do that you had to also get through the game in the shortest amount of time as possible. And I did that. By the time I did that, I played the game so often that I didn't even stop to think, where do I go again? Then, about a couple of months later, after not playing the game for a while, could I remember exactly where to go again? Nope. It was almost like it was completely wiped from my memory of every single little step of where to go. Sherbart, and frankly you live alone and in between jobs, so you really appreciate company, whether streaming or being with streamers. Absolutely, Sherbart. It's great to have that as well, so that you can enjoy things. You rarely finish games. As long as you're having fun. That's the main thing. Wake up, Richard. No time for lying around. Richard died. Richard is already dead. If only you'd gotten that serum in time. Oh no! So I wasted all that time for nothing. And we can't drop the serum. Oh dear. Sherbot, so much, and getting laid off sucks. That would too, like holy shit. Talk about throwing a spanner in the works. So now we've got to travel all the way back to the room again. Why am I going that way for? That will only lead to disaster. Show up, but streaming has been fun. Might not be the best at games, but you got a good attitude, lol. And that's the important thing too, as well. And it's just like streaming too takes a different kind of well, if you're just playing a game on your own and you're not streaming it, it's a different experience to streaming it, because there's different considerations to have and stuff like that. On the wrong way again. Maybe I'm better off actually watching a speedrun video. Because I assume that taking time to spend getting the canteens refilled is not a priority. There we go. So Chris doesn't get a weapon from Forrest, whereas Jill does. If you play as Jill, you find the grenade launcher there. I think it was a cool idea when they did that with this game. I mean, I should say the original, because this game's the remake of the original, in which the original did the same thing. But it's good to have two different characters that you can play through the game as, but it's not the exact same experience. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. How's things going? Oh, that's excellent, Crooked. I'm glad to hear that, dude. That you had some decent sleep. Oh, nice. Excellent. That's awesome. How's the doggo going? That's excellent. Not too badly. Playing through as Chris now. Really funny. Very vocal dog that's communicating a lot and very playful too. Oh, that's awesome to hear, dude. That's great. It's always good when an animal is happy. Alright, so I'm better off not looking at the guide that I am looking at and looking for a speedrun version of it. That way the speedrunner will go only to the key areas that need to be gotten to. Alright, there we go. So. Sure, but that's similar to your dog, big talker. Your cat is learning to talk a lot too because of him. It's so funny to see the dynamic between animals. I mean, especially between dogs and cats, you know. Because when I was growing up, the dog and cat that we had, they got on so well. But the funny thing was, the dog didn't like dog food, but liked cat food. So both of them would just eat the cat food. But the dog would be cheeky, and when the cat was inside the dog kennel sleeping, would actually pull the blanket out with the cat still on it, and then go inside the dog kennel. Ah, I need to backtrack. Hey there, Feeble. I'm doing really, really good, thank you. How are you? It sure is. I'm looking at a guide this time to get through the game quicker. Last time I played as Jill, and it took me too long. So I want to use a guide to get through Chris's campaign in a short amount of time, which ironically has taken a bit longer. But now I've switched guides to actually watch someone who's doing a speedrun. That way, they'll only go to the key places that they need to, not fart ass around. Because the other guide was going back and forth getting fuel for the canteen to use on the zombies to stop them from turning into crimson heads, and while that is useful, I don't have time for that. So, and it was getting me in trouble because I was going one way thinking that that's where they were going to finalize, but then they backtrack again. Sometimes it was through zombies, so I'm like, getting attacked and losing health and wasting items is not good. People are doing pretty good. Doing good, pretty overwhelmed from school stuff, but you're just going to chill here for a while. Hopefully that will clear up as well, because that can be damn annoying when you get overwhelmed by stuff. But thanks for joining though, Feebler. I hope that you can relax for a little bit. You kind of miss these POVs when playing. yeah, the Chris campaign, like, I remember it always being the one that was a bit more annoying, personally, because of the less inventory space and all that kind of stuff, making you to have to sort of like think. Better make sure I choose the right one. I think it's the red one. Yep. Excellent. That's true, yeah. There's also more puzzles for him to deal with. I find those are more satisfying as defensive weapons than the taser is that Jill gets. People are frustrating things sometimes from those POVs when trying to run away from the zombies. That is true as well, and I hate when it looks like you're going to get past the zombie fine, but then they just instantly turn around and grab you, you know, like, sometimes you can cheese it and get past without them doing that, but sometimes they're just too fast. Hello there, Levy. Good morning to you. It's going really, really good, thank you. Hope you're going well too. Playing through this game now as Chris. He doesn't get as many inventory spaces as Jill does. And it took me about 10 hours of stream time to finish Jill's campaign last week, and I'd rather get this campaign done quicker. So I'm using a speedrun video so I know which locations I need to go to. And I'm going for the bad ending as well, so that means that it should take a shorter amount of time relatively to get through as Chris than it would if I was actually getting his good ending, because you have to do other stuff as part of getting the good ending. That's okay, Feebler. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Thank you so much. I hope that you have a good one, and thank you, I definitely will. Levy, fair enough. You're doing well, waiting for Crookie and the dog to come back for breakfast. Excellent. Yeah, Crookie was saying that the dog is very happy and talking a lot and everything, so that's great. And it'd be great for you two to have a dog like that as well. She was being adorably annoying starting from 7:30 a.m. It's like, come on, wake up. What are you guys doing? There's lots of fun to be had. That's awesome, Levy. Glad that you're feeling that way. Yeah, it's good to see animals go to, you know, good homes. Oh, you do, Levy? You've got one today. Well, all the best for it. I hope that it really goes well. You finally feel ready for something new, and that job just came out of nowhere and sounds pretty exciting. That's awesome when that happens. Things that you're not really expecting at all. That create opportunities that can really, really be great. They got back to you almost immediately, so let's hope for the best. Absolutely, that's always good too. I feel that whether or not someone gets a job, once they've, you know, they should be contacted as soon as possible, you know, to let them know the result either way. Because I know in the past there's been places where you apply to and you go to the job interview stage and then they don't even tell you that you haven't got it. They're just like, oh yeah, we won't contact you ever again. That'll tell you. And it's like, it will, but it'll also tell me that you're not worth working for anyway. Better not grab that just yet. It's still also within trust and safety, but not social media. Also no longer an entry-level position, which is great. Absolutely, that means potentially more money to be able to get as well.
It's me, Chris.
You okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Can't grieve forever. This is the Moonlight Sonata.
Can you play? Oh, what was that?
My interpretation is off a little. Let me practice for a while.
Sure. But don't get too carried away.
Oh, I won't.
It's so funny. Chris is like, what was that? And it's like, Chris, what was your version? Your version was like what my version would be. You know, I think Rebecca did a much better job. Levy, taxes, social security and health insurance in Germany will always take up a massive chunk of your paycheck. It's always sad to see, especially because social security is already failing as it is, and your generation will most likely never see any of that money for their retirement. yeah, it's like, look at all this money that you could be making, but we're going to take all this off you to cover all this stuff. But that's true too as well, you know. Makes me think of, you know, superannuation funds and stuff, because governments can change at any time. Not as in like daily, but you know what I mean, when there's elections and stuff. And so, who knows in 20 or 30 years' time what the government of that era is going to be thinking about people's superannuation and stuff like that, you know, and what tricks they'll try and pull to, you know, make it that people can't, you know, it's like, oh, you have to take it in installments or something like that, you know. You love how this song is everywhere. Yeah, it's so funny because for my experience with this song and knowing about it and hearing it, even though Resident Evil, the original, came out before a game called Shadow Man, I didn't play the original Resident Evil until like 2000. So the first game and the first time I heard the Moonlight Sonata at all was actually in the Shadow Man game. It gets played at the start when it's showing the cutscene with Jack the Ripper making a pact with a demon named Legion to build like a cathedral in a place called Deadside. But anyway, that's the music that plays in that cutscene. So that was the first time I heard Moonlight Sonata in a video game. Something written. I didn't want to look at that. I wanted to go through the door. There we go. Nemesis, as old as Resident Evil is, some of the scenes inside the mansion look good, almost 3D. Yeah, a lot of good work was made with the environments and the backgrounds and, you know, the lighting and all that kind of stuff. And the crazy thing is, there's only a few years difference between the release of the original and this remake as well. Don't know how long it takes for that for Rebecca to get good. Maybe the best version is from You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. You have to send it to you. Could be that you have already, but you don't remember. Yeah, still do, Levy, just in case you haven't. I can't remember if you might have or not myself. If you like the Peanuts comics, you'll appreciate it. The funny thing was, not that I have anything against them, but I never really read them much. I read Hagar the Horrible, who was like a Viking, and I actually had a book of him, which I think he had a son and a wife, and there was, you know, different shenanigans that they'd all get up to. Nemesis, are you buying Resident Evil Remake? I already have. Yeah, I pre-ordered it for the PS5. I got the deluxe edition, so I'll get all the bonus stuff, including the soundtrack for the original version that you can switch to. Levy, your dad loved those. He collected all the comics. Oh, did he, Levy? Oh, that's cool. There'd be so many as well. I don't even actually know when that particular character came about or whatnot. It was probably the first Viking-related thing I ever experienced, I would say. And then after that, it would be the Lost Vikings games, which were quite funny. Let's see if just wasting time like this will add to the timer. Or not. It's locked. Emblem of a shield. Thanks, Levy, for sending that through. Yeah, Nemesis. Yeah. So once I do the remake of 3, when I replay that, that'll be up next. It won't be the day it comes out that I'll be playing it, but it'll be the Monday after it comes out. Levy, Hagar the Horrible first appeared in 1973. That's cool. It was that long ago. Thanks for looking that up. Game Fanatic, who's scarier, Mr. Rex or Nemesis? Because I don't get scared by horror stuff, I can't really say which is scarier, but I prefer the original Nemesis to the remake one, and I prefer the remake Mr. X to the original one. Not that the original one was bad or anything, but I really do like what they did with the remake version. If you can't believe it's snowing again, is it? Oh no. Hopefully it's not too heavy at the moment. It's a shame that in the remake of Resident Evil 3 they didn't make Nemesis like he was in the original, where there were moments where he would always turn up, but then there was moments where he was random. Fucking hell. Didn't turn quick enough. Levy, no, but it's supposed to slowly start getting warmer, but no. It's like the weather had other ideas. Oh really? Just in Arkansas you get rain? Ah. I don't mind rain, but too much of it's like go away kind of thing.
Chris! Chris! I think I got it.
Practice makes perfect.
What's this?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing and streaming that, because that's actually going to be the first game I play and stream on the PS5. Good way to break in the system. I mean, I've set it up and everything, and I've looked at stuff and things, but haven't actually played any games yet on it.
Were you all right in there?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to go for the bad ending for Chris. It means, unfortunately, Rebecca and Jill aren't going to make it out of the mansion. which obviously is not canon because they turn up in the sequels. Not in all the sequels, but you know what I mean. General blanket umbrella term just to say, hey, they're in more than just the first game. Nemesis, you're hesitant to play Shadow of the Tomb Raider, but I'm seeing you play it will at some point. Oh, that's cool, Nemesis, that you'll give it a shot. Be interesting to see what you think about that one. Nemesis, you enjoyed Rise of the Tomb Raider, but some people didn't like it. I enjoyed it a lot too. I thought it was really, really good. I like how they expanded what they had begun in the first one of that trilogy with the leveling up system, the skill points, and all that kind of stuff. And it's also great because, like in the first game in that trilogy, Lara isn't specifically after anything in terms of like relics or artifacts. She's really just looking for the island of Yamatai, you know. And in Rise of the Tomb Raider, it's like, here's an artifact that she's actually literally going for, you know, that she seeks out, that she wants to get and obtain, and all that kind of stuff. So that was really cool, and you know, the graphics and everything, and I quite like the story. Jacob's awesome as a character as well. So yeah, I definitely like the Rise of the Tomb Raider game a lot. Hey there, Ghostface. Do you know anything about Resident Evil 7 Biohazard? Yeah, I've played it a few times, but not very often between playthroughs though. Or I should say, I don't play it that often, but I have played it a few times. I thought it was quite good. I liked how it returned to more suspense kind of horror. I think it was good to scale back down the action-heavy element from the games before it. Hey there, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger. Alright, so I've got a scene. Wait, I thought all you did was kill innocent people. Innocent? Is that supposed to be funny? An obese man, a disgusting man who could barely stand up. A man who, if you saw him on the street, you'd point him out to your friends so that they could join you in mocking him. A man who, if you saw him while you were eating, you wouldn't be able to finish your meal. After him, I picked a lawyer. And I know you both must have been secretly thanking me for that one. This is a man who dedicated his life to making money by lying with every breath that he could muster, to keeping murderers and rapists on the streets. Murderers? A woman. Murderers, John, like yourself. A woman, so ugly on the inside she couldn't bear to go on living if she couldn't be beautiful on the outside. A drug dealer. A drug-dealing pederast, actually. And let's not forget the disease-spreading whore. Only in a world this shitty could you even try to say these were innocent people and keep a straight face. But that's the point. We see a deadly sin on every street corner, in every home, and we tolerate it. We tolerate it because it's common. It's trivial. We tolerate it morning, noon, and night. Well, not anymore. I'm setting the example. What I've done is going to be puzzled over and studied and followed. Forever. That is from 7. Ghostface, hello again. You got it for PS Plus and just wondering if it was a good horror game. It is, Ghostface. Yeah, they do a great job at putting you in the shoes of someone who has completely no idea about anything related to, you know, what other characters in the series have experienced. So they're really going into this whole situation not knowing anything. And they do a great job of setting up the villains that you have to deal with and all that kind of stuff. So they did a really good job at really scaling back the action-heavy elements that the series got into and going back to a more survival horror kind of thing. So yeah, I'd definitely say it's a good horror game. Yeah, Game Fanatic. Yeah, I actually thought it was quite good. I was a bit skeptical at first, but only when they were starting to show stuff from it, like the family stuff. I thought, oh, they're probably just going to go in the direction of making it just about these crazy people. You know, I thought they were getting rid of the whole, you know, element of viruses and all that kind of stuff, but I was actually happy that they weren't getting rid of that, and I think it does a great job at fitting into the rest of the series as well. Ghostface, you have never played a Resident Evil game, so you might just jump in and play that one. You don't really want to play any others, but maybe if you like it. You also don't count on older horror games scaring you, as the graphics really take a toll on scares. Yeah, the thing about Resident Evil 7 is that it's one of those entries where you don't actually really have to have played all the other ones. I think it actually works really well if that's your first Resident Evil game, because of the fact that the character you're playing as is experiencing this kind of thing for the first time. So I think that will be still a good experience, even if you haven't played the other ones. Like, there'll be references and there'll be, you know, alluding to things and stuff from events that have happened, because that game takes place quite a few years after the events of this game, for example. But yeah, you don't really have to have played the other ones. Alright, so I'm actually using a speedrun video for knowing where to go and stuff, just to make the process quicker, because if I try and remember on my own, I'll be here for hours and hours. Ghostface, you'll have to play Outlast 1 and maybe Whistleblower and The Quarry before Resident Evil 7, as you're way more excited to play those as opposed to a game you've never tried before. Yeah, Outlast 1 and the Whistleblower DLC, like, that's a great combo together. So it's one of those games that if you like that kind of style of game, then it really is, you know, one of the best. And that game actually is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year too. I did 2 hours in the stream and here you thought you woke up late. Oh no, dude, I started late. I think it was like 10 past 5 in the afternoon or something when I started. Maybe Rod will play for another 6 to 8 hours. Well, I mean, it might take 2 more hours to finish this one, maybe. I mean, I'd like to start Resident Evil 2 Remake today, but something tells me I'm going to take a lot longer than I'm expecting to take to get Chris's campaign done. Nemesis, you added RE7 Biohazard, but wonder if it's too gory for your liking. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's definitely a lot of that in that game. Alright, there's no point in having the serum at that point in the list, so I'll just put it way, 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 way out of the way, the other stuff. Ghostface, you also heard that Outlast 1 is so much better than 2, and you've completed 2. You thought it was pretty good. You did notice, though, that the scary aspect took a huge nosedive after you leave the martyr section. Yeah, I actually really liked Outlast 2. I liked how it had some of what was in the first one, but it also added a more psychological horror aspect to it, and I love that kind of horror in games and movies, so that was right up my alley. So I really like Outlast 2. So for me, both games are a win-win. It's 2 out of 2 for me with the Outlast games. I don't know how I feel about Outlast Trials, which is the 3rd game, but I wouldn't mind trying that eventually at some point. Do I have your attention, boy? You are about to see something wonderful. Bang! I thought I'd do the bang in the Arnie impression as well. Bang! You're dead. Ghostface, people hated the constant running in Outlast 2, and on harder difficulties it was pretty much impossible to hide. Yeah, I think the thing about the Outlast games is it's intrinsic to the games that you're running around being chased a lot. You know, so that's like me complaining that in Doom there's too many demons to kill. You know, it's part of the gameplay. So if you don't like games where you're constantly being chased by enemies, then, you know, Outlast is definitely not the game to sort of play. But I can understand people not liking 2 because it does take a little bit of a slower approach with some of the stuff, because it's trying to get in under your skin more so than just completely have boo scares all the time, you know what I mean? Like, it still has that, but the first Outlast is kind of like a haunted mansion ride or something like that. You know, around every corner you got boos and scares, you know, coming out at you. You got intense moments where things are going really haywire and all that kind of stuff. But there's still the fun aspect of it as well. It's not completely without the fun, but Outlast 2 is more, there's some of that, but we're really going to put you through the ringer. We're really going to push you to your limits of what you can handle. And there's a lot of, you know, intense content, even just in text form as well, let alone what you actually experience. So it's more a game that tries to get under your skin than the first one does. Door is broken. Let's knock that Crimson Head out of the way. Hey there, Spectrum. I hope it's going well. Glad that one missed. Spectrum as well as 3:30 AM can be. Oh no, another really early one. I'm doing well, Spectrum. I'm having a good day. Are you planning to finish all Resident Evil games before RE4 Remake comes out? You don't think that's possible? No. I've always said that I'm going to be doing the remakes leading up to the release of the remake of 4. But yeah, there's no way I could finish all the games by the end of the month. Ghostface, you loved it. The atmosphere is amazing and properly set for every level. You thought the level design was amazing. You did still get scared from tense situations. You remember a few sections that got you pretty good. Nearly every school section got you, and one section where your goal is just to run and get through a mill and away from the freaks was really well done. You really loved the running sequences. Yeah, that whole sequence is really intense. And then you got the crucifixion part of this as well, which, you know, is another intense moment, and not being able to quickly heal yourself, so when you actually find the bandage, because it takes a bit longer for the character to heal himself so you can get past the next section, you also got to make sure that you're not doing that when the enemies are aware of you. Harmonger, you had Baldur's Gate 3, 31.8, AC Mirage, and The Last of Us Remake to play in 2023, so you're covered when it comes to new games. That's understandable too, having so many that you want to get through and trying to find the time. And sometimes you think this game is good. Oh, this one will be good too. Oh, this one as well. I need this one too, and that one, and this one also. That one too. You can have that as well. Yep, this too. Then you got 20 games, and you're like, holy shit. Hey there, Stocks. Welcome on in. Jack and Jill, Rod is kind. Every time you watch me, you get that spider ting. You got Gotham Knights today on PC. Your PC is arse. Also, hope you're doing well, Rod. Oh, you did? You got it on that? I'm doing well, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? I'm just waiting for a price down on the last drop on The Last of Us. Not paying full price for the remake of a 10-year-old game. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. I'm going to get it, only because I've already played the remaster version, but only once, and that was years ago, and I never played the original release. So I'm like, I may as well just get the remake, since I have a PS5 now. Ghostface, you thought the school sections were really well done. Maybe felt like a drag at a few moments, but still amazingly done, especially just seeing shadows go across school walls and footsteps in the snow. Some of the best tools used for scares. Absolutely. And giving insight into Blake and the trauma that he suffered, seeing what happened to Jessica, and all that, and the guilt that he's felt, and all that coming to light within his own subconscious because of what he's actually experiencing in present time as well. It's another great way to drive home the psychological aspect of the game. And I think maybe because that naturally those school sections in that game do slow the pace of the present time story. Oh great, you got to use it from the other side? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bloody fucking hell. I should have used that speedrun video guide from the start of the playthrough. Well, not the start of the playthrough. I started the playthrough last week and finished the game as Jill, but... Stocks, you're doing well. Wanted to drop in, wanted to say hi and that before you're going to bed. You also got AC2 on PC as well. You love seeing Ezio in a stretched resolution. Ezio, stretched authority. But I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Stocks. Thank you so much for stopping in. Really do appreciate it. And that's cool that you got AC2. Such a great game, that one. Friggin' Cerberus. Yeah. You're torn when it comes to The Last of Us. You read that the TV series is so good, so you don't know if you should play the game or watch the show first. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that's a bit of a predicament. But yeah. I quite liked The Last of Us when I played the remastered version of the original. Thanks, Nemesis. Oh my god, my memory actually worked. Ghostface, I heard you played Until Dawn also. You got it and played it on Christmas break. You thought it would be a lot less linear choice-wise. You thought if you watched a YouTuber play it at the same time, their play would be so much different, but you still enjoyed your time with it, and those ghost scares did get you, especially the dollhouse. Yeah, Until Dawn, when I first saw my first Resident Evil game, which was Resident Evil 3, and seeing the style, it was one of those things where I was like, this style is really cool. Fixed camera angles, the whole thing. And the way that I felt playing Resident Evil 3, which was my first Resident Evil game, the way I felt playing not only that particular game, but also the style of game that it was, when it came to playing Until Dawn, I got a similar feeling with that in how it, while it does have obviously a lot of differences, it's got, you know, the quick time events where you have to be very quick to decide left or right, up or down, A or B, you know, and you don't have much time to think and all that kind of stuff. But what it does have that the old school Resident Evil games had was this idea of playing as a character in a third person, but from different camera angles, you know, moving the character through the environment and picking up objects and examining them, and, you know, that kind of stuff was really, really cool. So when I played Until Dawn for the first time, I was like, the way I feel about Until Dawn gives me the same feeling that I had playing Resident Evil 3 all those years ago, back in 1999, when it came out. But Until Dawn is such a great game. I really enjoyed that. And that's what made me want to play the Dark Pictures games and The Quarry and all that kind of stuff. That's true, Nemesis, they did. Yeah, they took over. Which is ironic because they were the original studio that did the original game. Until Dawn should have had a co-op feature. Yeah, would have worked for those who like co-op. Yeah, Spectrum, so co-op is like two people playing the game together. Oh, you did, Nemesis? You had a good time? That's excellent. I like all of them so far. There's not one Dark Pictures game I would say I hate. But my favourite probably still is House of Ashes. Actually, no, sorry, Little Hope. My favourite one's still Little Hope. But I mean to say House of Ashes is probably the best one out of them all so far. Oh, is it Game Frenetic? Ah, okay. Yeah, because I always thought of co-op as just two people, and multiplayer was 3 or more, but... That's what I wanted. Oh, you haven't, Spectrum? Yeah, Little Hope is great. I really like the atmosphere in that game. Oh, is it Fnatic? Game Fnatic, sorry. It's co-op. Yeah, I'm not sure about that game myself. I would have rathered Rocksteady do something different in the DC universe than Batman or the Justice League Suicide Squad. Would have been good if they did like a Green Lantern game or a Flash game or something like that. Nemesis, a fun co-op side-scroller, is Broforce up to 4 players like an indie game. I've actually seen that advertised quite a bit, Nemesis. Is that the same people who did that Brawlhalla, or whatever it's called. Ghostface, you heard the quarry is a bit more stretched out and does the choice and decision making a bit better and competes with Until Dawn. Quite a lot of people didn't really like the Dark Pictures games between Until Dawn and the Quarry. Heard House of Ashes was a lot better though. Little Hope, you heard, is apparently the worst. Yeah, the thing about Little Hope, and this is a spoiler, is that the ending proves that everything that you saw didn't actually happen, as in there were no monsters and stuff. Which is what Man of Medan, spoilers for that game as well, also did. But for me, the important thing about Little Hope is how well did it tell the story, though. And I think it did a great job at doing that. So that's why it's my favourite one. But the Quarry was great too. I enjoyed it. I thought it was quite well done. Game Fanatic. Well, publisher did do a Green Lantern game, except that was a movie tie and it was kind of horrible. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think Rocksteady should have done something different anyway. Just skip that scene. Actually, the last playthrough I did of the Quarry for October last year was the movie mode, which is quite cool. It was quite cool to see the whole game just play out based on choices that you make before you start the playthrough. So you can choose so that all the characters will survive. You can choose that all the characters die, or you can go into individual characters and change how they react to certain things. And then that means that you might get a randomized kind of series of events happening based on what choices you change to do with the characters' traits and stuff. Yeah, Game Fanatic, they are. Yeah, I don't know which studio's doing it, but I'm very curious about that one. I'm hoping it's good. And the Wolverine game that's been done by the people who did the Spider-Man games. That's going to be awesome. I hope so anyway. He's my favourite character in the X-Men universe, so I hope they do a good job with it. You saw Spider-Man 2 will be cross-platform, but should only be on PS5. Put all effort and power of next-gen. Yeah. Something tells me, though, that they're still not going to abandon doing versions for the previous consoles, because they know that some people still have those and prefer games on those. Nemesis PS4 revenue, yeah. Ghostface, you forgot about Man of Medan. It was either Man of Medan or Little Hope that people thought was worse. It could have been a toss-up between the two. You don't think you'll be playing the other Dark Pictures games besides The Quarry, because they cost money and reviews are a big thing for you when deciding what to spend your money on. Totally understandable. You don't want to be spending too much money on something that you'll end up not liking. It's best to, wait until it comes on sale really, really cheaply in the future, and then, try it out, and then that way at least you haven't spent a lot of money on it. Game? You mean the Activision? Yeah, Activision did do that game. Yeah, based on the Origins movie. Yeah, that game was really, really good. They should have made that game and then based the movie off of it. Because the actual movie was terrible. But the game that they made out of it was really, really good. I haven't Nemesis, no. Hey there, Fewer. Thank you so much for leaving this show on Lurk. Hope things are going well. Spectrum, are you playing Little Hope this year? Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to be playing all the supermassive horror games that I can. There's some that I don't know if I can get my hands on them that they've done, but I definitely want to do a marathon of Until Dawn, Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me, and then the new one that's coming out at the end of this year, and then The Quarry as well. So I'll probably wait until October to do all that. I did Ghostface, yeah, I played that last year when it came out. I quite liked it. There were some things with the QTEs that pissed me off, which were glitches. Because you had a moment where you had to bash a button repeatedly, and naturally, in those moments, you want to keep on bashing the button until you don't need to anymore, right? But they were sneaky, and they added another button you needed to press as a one-button press after mashing the button. But they put it up so quickly, it's almost a nanosecond of difference between the QTE for bashing the one button ends and the button you have to press as a one press begins. So they don't really give you much of an opportunity to react. So hopefully they've actually patched that to stop that from happening, because that's really, really annoying. I actually lost a character due to that. And then I lost a character because I pressed the button at the right time, but the game felt otherwise, and the character died, and I was like, fuck you, game. So that's what made me decide to just kill the rest of the characters off. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna have to if I've lost all the characters except for two, I may as well kill the other two off and get the achievement for killing everyone. But I did like it though. I still liked it. So when I say fuck you to the game, I just mean for the glitches that happened, but I felt the game itself was pretty solid, and I liked how they were trying to do different stuff as well with the Dark Pictures games that they hadn't done before. They're things that are in other games, so it doesn't make it that special, but in terms of like the Dark Pictures games, they added some things in which allow you to have a bit more traversal, for example, which the other Dark Pictures game didn't really have. Like you had to, move things around a bit. It's locked. It's all locked. All of it. Something else I love about those games is when they come out with a new one, noticing which character models they've already used in the previous games that get used for new characters. It's almost like when you're watching a movie and you see familiar faces and you're like, I know that person. I've seen them in 6 other movies playing different characters. So in a way it makes it like those face models, even though the voices that go with them change depending on which game they're doing, because they're doing different characters. I do like the idea that it's almost like they're choosing from the same group of actors, but giving them different roles and giving them a haircut or a different style or adding something different to their facial features like a mustache or something like that. You know, I kind of like how they do that. And it's not something that they just started doing with the Dark Pictures games anyway. I think there's some character models that were used in some of their previous games before Until Dawn as well. Oh, absolutely, Ghostface, I will be. Most likely in October, though. I've got a lot of other games that I want to get through this year. I've got like 5 different games to do anniversary playthroughs of. Some of those are multiple playthroughs in the one as well. So I've got a lot of stuff. A lot of games to get through. The handgun clip. There we go. Hey there, Zayas. Great game. Played it with your friends from your neighborhood when it first came out. You'd say Resident Evil 2 OG is the best Resident Evil game, followed by this one. I really still do like the original Resident Evil. It's still my favorite game in the series. How's it going, Zayas? Game Fanatic. Those Dark Pictures games have a few actors from Disney shows. Do they really? I didn't realize. Oh, wasn't Ashley Tisdale, wasn't she in some of their movies or something? Because I know she's in House of Ashes. But that's the only one I was aware of, though. I didn't know if there was other actors from that in that. So yes, you've only played Director's Cut, but you have the OG ISO, do you? Hey there, hippie, welcome. It was just a key in the bathtub and not a nice lady. Exactly. That's all it was. But yeah, it's so funny in horror games where you have a character putting their hand in something that you think to yourself, no, thanks, I'll be right. Hey there, Shin. How's things? Ghostface, it has to be really time consuming playing games back over and over again. That's another reason why you don't do it. You only just went back to Dying Light. It's just way too time consuming, especially with school and just life and other games you've yet to get to. Exactly, Ghostface. Yeah, you know, if you feel like you're more suited to play through games once, it's definitely good. That'll get you through a lot of games in a shorter time. Hang on. What am I thinking? That's right, that's somewhere else completely. Alright, so now I want to save it. That way if I die, I don't have to push all those boxes again. In the first Dune book, Paul Atreides placed his hand in a black box to prove that he was human, did he? More human than human. I just thought, Shin, maybe that's the future of making sure that someone is actually a human before being able to access their account or something. Put your hand in this black box to prove that you're human. While his hand was in the box, he said the following: I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I'll face my fear. I'll permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past, you will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only you will remain. Only I will remain. Sorry, I'm so used to putting people's eyes in comments into you when I'm referring to them. But yeah. Yeah, I haven't actually read those or seen any of the adaptations of them. Not yet, Ghostface, no. I do have the first one, though. I do want to play that and get to that eventually. You've played the first and really enjoyed it. You may buy the second when they fix the game up to the standards of what you received from the first. That's fair enough. Yeah, I liked what I had seen of the Dying Light games.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety. Reaching 30% of pressure threshold. Reaching 50% of pressure threshold. Activate emergency drainage system immediately.
Ghostface, at first it's such a fun game. May look like just another basic zombie game at the start, but the parkour and being at the top of a 3-story building and drop kicking a zombie off the building really changes everything. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a lot of fun to be had. It's cool in zombie games where they have multiple ways to deal with enemies as well. That's one of the reasons why I really like the Dead Rising games. Plus how silly they can be, you know, getting a road cone and putting it on the zombie's head, for example. Ghostface, you do feel that the second takes itself too seriously, and the zombie game should never take on the story of being about humans, which they both did, and only few zombie games have accomplished. The word is, though, that they are fixing the second, and the devs are taking a few months off to focus on the issues with the game, which is cool when the devs don't give up on the game, which can be appreciated. That's absolutely true. It's good that they don't give up on the game, that they want to, you know, continue to improve it as well. That really does help. Yeah, game, take that, Jaws. It's annoying on the way through that area, getting attacked by those sharks. Alrighty then. So, using a guide, looked up that it's randomized. Ghostface CD Projekt Red also didn't give up on Cyberpunk, which, considering how small their team is and how big the game is and the much better state that the game is in now, is really amazing to see. Games still shouldn't release like that though and punish the pre-orderers. They should release acceptable and not in a Fallout-like state. Absolutely, you know, and you got so many things that are trying to get their piece of the pie at once. You've got the players, obviously, who want the game yesterday. You've got the investors who want the game released yesterday. They want their money back yesterday, you know. And when there's like a deadline and they're like, oh, we have to extend it, the investors are like, well, how long it's going to take now, because we want to get our money quicker than it's taking. And then the players like, we want the game quicker than it's taking. And then when they're like, you need to release the game now, they're like, okay, let's release the game now. It's not 100% ready. I don't care, release it. We want our money that we invested years ago now. And then the players are like, we don't want the game now, we want it when it's polished. Too bad, here's the game unpolished. You know? So there's so many different things that go into game development and release and all that kind of stuff that, you know, it might seem very easy, like, just release it when it's ready, don't worry about that. But the investors are behind their necks going, come on, where is the game? Finish it. When's it done? When's it going to be done? You said it was going to be done a year ago, it's not done yet, when's it going to be done? Another 6 months? Okay, 6 months go by. Where is it? It's not released. You said 6 months ago that it was going to be released today. It's not. How much longer do you need? Oh yeah, another 5 months. Another 5 months, alright. You know, so you got all this stuff going on as well. So they're sort of like, It's like, who do you want to keep more happy? The investors or the people who are actually paying the money to play your game? Hey there, Mario Kart. Welcome to you, dude. How's things going? How's things been? Ghostface, the investors don't even take the fall. The lead devs have to take the hit. Yeah, I mean, as long as they're getting their money, or as long as they're getting more money back than what they invested, they don't really care if the product ends up not being that good. They just want the people who are willing to buy it day one and their money. Hey there, Rosie. How's things going? You do think people are being harsh about the Witcher 3 update? You mean it's not perfect, but you think people forget it's free? Yeah, I still haven't actually applied that update yet, but I've only played through the game once so far, and that was last year, I think it was, when I finished it. Or maybe it was the year before, I can't remember now. Time flies so fast. But I will install it so that the next time I play it, it will be there. But that's cool that it's free too, you know. I think that goes a long way. Mario, do you think the RE4 remake will be just as long as the original, or will they pull the RE3 remake? Not actually sure. I've heard a rumor that, or somewhere said that they're actually adding side quests to the game. So I don't know if that's true or not. And if it is true, I don't know how long those quests will be, and if they actually are side quests, you know what I mean? Like, you know that dog that you can save? Maybe they're short things that you can go out of your way to do. They don't necessarily change the story that much, but if you want to explore the game world a bit more, maybe. But I'm not 100% sure on that. That's right, I haven't got the other book yet. Right, that's something you forgot. So grab some of this shit now, because I'm going to save again soon. But once I've sorted all this stuff out, I don't want to have to redo it all if I die. I mean, when I die, not if. It's never a matter of if I'll die in these games. That's a good question, Ghostface. That was actually asked in a stream not long ago, and someone replied with Siphon Filter, and I definitely agreed with that. I think if they did a remake of Siphon Filter, that would be cool. A game that I sort of mentioned that I wouldn't mind seeing being remade is Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, because there's a great game hidden under all the shittiness that if that layer of shittiness was taken away, probably could end up being a really cool game. As it stands though, the original version, as much as it is very annoying, it's also very funny. In a way, it's like a meme game. But yeah, I'd like to see that game get remade, as well as Siphon Filter 1. Probably some other games that I'd like to see be remade is probably Lost Vikings, because that was a funny game by Blizzard. You play as these 3 Vikings who get abducted by an alien who wants to put them in his circus or his zoo, I can't remember which it is, and they escape his ship, and there's 3 of them, and you can't finish the level if any of them die. So if any of them die, you may as well restart the level. But they each have a different skill. You have Eric the Viking, who can run and jump, and he can also do a charge attack, which can hurt enemies, but it can also knock down certain walls. You've got, what's his name? Olaf the Stout, who is, maybe it's not Olaf the Stout, maybe it's Baleog the Stout. I can't remember exactly now. But Olaf has a shield, and he can raise it up above his head, and you can use it as a platform for Eric the Viking to jump on top of, or Baleog to land on top of. But the shield can also be used to defend against enemies, but also float down to places when you hold it high above his head. And then Baleog has the sword and the bow and arrow. So only one of them can jump. But you all need to you need them all to get through each level, and you need to get them all through the level. Alright, so that's done. Now to backtrack and save again. Ghostface, you would personally pick Left 4 Dead 2, and hope to God that they don't half-ass it. You would also love to see Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 have a shot at being remade. I mean, with the remasters, I guess they are, of the Modern Warfare games, you might end up getting that with Black Ops. At least, you know, if not a remake, maybe a remaster. If they haven't done that already, maybe they have. I'm not sure. The only games in the series that I've played all the way through are the Modern Warfare trilogy, and the only other game besides those 3 that I actually played at all was Call of Duty 3, but never finished it. I haven't Ghostface, no. I don't play multiplayer games, so any games like that I avoid. I mean, games that have that component to them, I'll play, but that's games like Assassin's Creed Unity that has it as part of it, but I don't do that part of it, but I do play the other parts of the game.
Chris!
Rebecca! It's no use. Roots are in the basement. You can...
No!
Take that file. It'll tell you how to make the potion to kill this thing. Use it on its roots. Hurry!
Chris!
duh, Rod. Jesus Christ. I was so happy that I got that quickly done, and I'm like, I'll just go and give it to him. Now it's like, you idiot. You need to go to the fucking roots of the basement. Again, this is where I can never be a speedrunner of any game. I just forget things too easily. Or, I jump ahead of myself and think about what I need to do a step after what I need to actually do. Ghostface, you see that. You feel multiplayer could really kill one's experience in gaming. Left 4 Dead and quite a few others were acceptable, like Call of Duty, Fortnite, Valorant, and League, and others that you would not play. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good to know the kinds of games that you're not really that interested in, you know, because there's just so many games that you can play as well. Ghostface, what multiplayer game made you decide you practically wanted nothing to do with that genre, or was it just there right from the get-go? Well, when GoldenEye Nintendo 64 came out, I was really big on multiplayer games and stuff, and I was for a little bit after that. But eventually, I sort of got to a point where I was more interested in single-player experiences. Plus, when I was a kid growing up, I was playing games on my own a lot, so all that combined just got to a point where I'm like, I prefer single player story driven games that have more story than just a 5 second cutscene, you know what I mean? Plus, later on, time consuming, plus, becoming a streamer and not liking multiplayer and all that kind of stuff, and just, my schedules for streaming are all over the place as is, so to try to compensate, try to incorporate that into my stream schedule with, scheduling. It's just, I'd rather just play single player games because then I know when I'm able to play them and when I'm able to dedicate time to them and stuff like that. Plus, I don't like the idea of playing a game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again with no real actual end goal in sight necessarily. Like, not every game that's multiplayer only is like that, I know, but I prefer to feel like I'm actually going to get an ending when I'm playing a game. I don't like to have to rely on other people to allow me to be able to experience the game in full. Spectrum, where can you get one of those as a pet? That's a good question. That's a giant plant. Holy shit.
Chris, you're okay.
Yeah. I think we got to the root of that problem. I owe you, kid.
I'm glad I could help.
Rebecca. Thanks.
Chris, this is Richard's radio. A moment ago there was a transmission. Brad's still flying around, but I don't think he heard me.
Okay, I'll keep the radio. We have to somehow let Brad know about us.
I found a pharmaceutical room. I think I can come up with something useful. I'll be there if you need anything. Anyway, I'm glad you were all right.
Yeah, I like that pun, Spectrum. Got to the root of that problem, lol.
Wesker?
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Where's Jill? Thought you were with her.
Yeah, I know. We got separated.
I see. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Chris to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Damn!
Ghostface, you also sort of fell into the single player genre by playing alone, but loved multiplayer as a kid when you could play them with friends, and just also alone as when you're a kid you could just not care if a game is good or bad, and just play it to have fun, and you feel you'll keep the multiplayer experience you loved close. You did go with PlayStation and only played a handful of Xbox games. PlayStation is a really good console for single player, which you love. Yeah, I've always been a fan of both PlayStation and Xbox. When I say always, I don't mean that literally, because I didn't have the original Xbox. My first one was the Xbox 360, but I've never been one to just say I'll only play and only ever buy one over the other. But there's definitely a lot of really good single-player games that I haven't played yet, that were exclusive to the PlayStation 4 and 5 and 3 as well, that I'll be able to actually play for the first time. So I'm looking forward to that. Ghostface, you also don't really care about the console war thing, but you just do prefer PS for the games and been playing with its smaller controllers for so long that it feels so weird to hold an Xbox controller. If you do end up with a PS5 eventually, the fatter controller will take some getting used to as a starter on PS3. Yeah, that's the thing, because testing out the the PS5 controller, definitely much bigger than regular PlayStation controllers have been. Rosie, or those poor muckmen, yeah. They do love to chop your head off though, so I'm glad that that didn't happen to Chris. Yeah, Rosie, I think if they were, they wouldn't. I don't think they'd remake it to be fixed camera angles again. I'd say they'd probably either remake it solely as behind the shoulder, like so many of the other Resident Evil games became, or that plus the option to go into first person. They did, yeah. The only thing is though, you can't switch to first person view mode though. But they did do the behind the shoulder for the Resident Evil 2 remake. Same with 3 and 4. They're doing that for 4 as well. Ooh, they did change up a lot of that actually. They sort of like moved certain locations to different parts of the game too. For example, in the original Resident Evil 2, there's a basketball court that you go through before you get to the police station. Whereas in the Resident Evil 2 remake, Leon doesn't access that area, but Claire does. But it's at a different point in the story. Plus, there's a whole thing that wasn't in the original, which is the orphanage as well. That was added for the remake. Ghostface, being a Gen Z kid, you feel it's hard for you to fall back on older styled games like this that just feel basic to you, but were phenomenal back then, and still are to many. You only went as far back as to play GoldenEye, God of War 3, and AC2, which are just passing for your level of exception for games. We really are spoilt with what games are releasing now that a few devs are deciding to take a backseat to release what atrocities have been released in the last few years. Yeah, it's like the Resident Evil games like this that were in this sort of like tank control mode. Obviously this game gives the ability to use the control sticks and not the D-pad, but it still is tank controls in how it's sort of like designed and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely understandable to have like a cutoff point as to how far back you're willing to go and play older games now, you know. Like I think about the NES games that I really liked playing, but now, if I was to play them, I would really struggle to dedicate time to actually commit and finish them from start to finish. Some exceptions, of course, like The Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link last year. I actually played them for the first time in over 15 years again. So that was cool to play those, experience them, and I was able to play them from start to finish. But there's a lot of other games on that system that when I was a kid growing up playing it, I would have had more motivation to stick with it and then finish it, but not anymore. So yeah, it's definitely understandable, Ghostface, to have that kind of thing. Rosie, AC games seem to have a sweet spot. It didn't click with you until you tried Unity. This after playing Odyssey and Origins, which was so different. Yeah, that's the other thing too. When there's like a change in style, it'd be like someone playing Resident Evil 7 and 8 and never having played the original Resident Evil games and going back and playing the original Resident Evil 1 or even this remake. You know, but that's cool though that you actually clicked with Unity, because I really do like that Assassin's Creed game, as well as Origins. Hey there, Absolution. How goes the evil in your residence? Pretty good. Going pretty good, considering the biohazard.
Rebecca! Is she upstairs?
Sorry, Rebecca, I'm going for the bad ending. Alright, so I'm going to consult the speed running guide that I'm looking at, just to get on the same page as them now. Oh, that's okay, Ghostface. That's absolutely no trouble at all. You also know that GoldenEye is a really far back game, but that is probably the oldest game you play, and maybe 10 minutes of old Mario game. You do still feel that mid to late 2000s is your cutoff point, as the older games you played were only lucky to play and weren't even planning on playing them. You also did Doom 94 and plan on finishing, but that's about it for older games. Yeah, because the games before, like the 2000s, are of a certain way, and then obviously you get advancements happening by the time you get to the PlayStation 2 and all that kind of stuff. You see another shift happen in how games are done, and then you see that happen again with the PS3 and Xbox 360 era and those kinds of stuff. And the more things improve, it makes it harder sometimes to go back to times when, or to go back to games when those improvements weren't actually there yet. Ghostface, your English is actually bad, or at least your grammar is not up to par as it is your first language is laughably sad. It's definitely no worries at all, because the thing about the English language that natural English speakers can actually forget sometimes is that it's not an easy language. You know, like, there's so many ways of saying things that can mean more than one thing. And there's also so many words that are pronounced the same, but are spelt differently, and some, you know, very confusing sorts of stuff. And so I feel like people who can speak English really well need to remember that not everyone is going to be able to speak it as fluently, you know, and have some level of, you know, understanding towards that as well. But the other thing is too, Ghostface, is that what you're actually typing and everything still actually makes sense, you know what I mean? And that's something that is very difficult to do with the language. Hey there, Nero. How's things going? Spectrum, you're playing Minecraft and the zombie sounds from the channel are scaring you? Yeah, it's so funny when you're doing something else and you're still being able to hear like the music or the sound effects from a game, and also makes me think of when you're watching a movie and you hear a sound in the movie and you think it's actually something that's happening near you and stuff like that. Ghostface, sometimes you forget what to use, like example buy, and buy. Also, just typing fast, it's hard to remember what to use, but it is a lot more common tonight, which is just unlucky, I guess. Yeah, and I understand. I also understand the want to put things in quickly, because when something happens in a stream that someone's doing and I want to comment on it, sometimes in wanting to get the comment as quickly as possible so it still makes contextual, you know, makes sense with what was happening, sometimes I flub and put spelling errors in there, you know. Nero, you're sad that you missed the Revelations stream. Yeah, so did a few hours on it. We're still very early in the playthrough though, so I think it will take me another 2 to 3 streams, I think, to finish that off. Hey there, GH. How's it going? Yeah, Nero. Yeah, so still got a lot to do in that playthrough, so chances are you'll still be able to catch some of the playthrough. It's been very interesting without playing without the HUD on, to be able to see mini maps and stuff. And the annoying thing is, you know, in games that have a map where if you face a certain direction in the game and then you switch to your map, the icon for you is pointing in the direction that your character's facing? Not in Revelations. In Revelations, the icon for Ezio always has the arrow pointing north, no matter which direction Ezio is actually facing in the game itself. So it's very annoying having to keep looking at the map every so often, which I put as a rule that I could do, because otherwise trying to just do that without would be insane. Yeah, Ghostface. I play them in a certain order, so Assassin's Creed 3 comes after Revelations. And that order there is the order in which I'll be playing through the games that I have as part of the marathon. I need to change that to current games is not Bloodlines. It's been a while since I updated that. Like, I edited it to change what the next game was, but I forgot to change what the current game is that it says there. Alright, so let's change current game from Assassin's Creed Bloodlines to Revelations. Alright, that should be fixed then now. Ghostface, do you also feel that the remastered version of AC3 is better to play now over the original? I actually think that the original does a lot of different things better than the remaster, in terms of visuals. Not in terms of quality, but just in terms of aesthetic. For example, in the temple in present day, in the original version, you can actually see through to what's on the other side, but not 100%. Whereas in the remaster, they completely make it a solid wall that you can't see through. But I think it's more effective if it has that translucent kind of thing. So there are some things that it does in that respect, which I think the original is better than it in. But there's also some gameplay stuff that they fix that's not in the original as well. Ghostface, you played the remaster of the original, so you obviously feel like it is. You only encountered one or two glitches. You kind of like how the original looks like graphics-wise, as when you saw the original, it looked so dried out to you at least. Yeah, I think there's something about the way that they've redone the character models in the remaster too that kind of makes their faces look like they have a translucent, clear plastic over their skin. It just looks, I don't know, it looks like a mannequin texture. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to explain in a way that would probably make it understandable, but I just feel that there's something with the faces that are done better in the original than they are in the remake. Alright, so I was wrong. I thought it's only in the Jill campaign that this door gets repaired. That's cool. I'm glad that it also gets repaired in this. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to RE4 Remake. I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with the merchant as well. And I know not to expect the "what are you buying? What are you selling?" to be how it is in the remake, but I'm still curious to see what the remake version of the RE4 merchant's going to be like. Ghostface, the combat in AC3 is also probably and still is some of the best you feel. Feels so fluid and bloody. You also notice that Connor feels so heavy to parkour, with which to you makes it so good. You notice the drop off in parkour and combat and Black Flag, but both to you are still really good AC games. Yeah, because with AC3 they decided to create new fighting animations and stuff for Connor, so all of that was redone from the ground up with actors performing the moves and everything like that, to give Connor a very different combat style to Ezio, but also very different standing in the fights and different moves. So it wasn't just taking the information of Ezio's fighting animations from the previous 3 games and then just changing the character model to Connor. You know, they really did a good job of making sure that Connor felt very different to Ezio, both in when he's, you know, running about and jumping on things and climbing, but also when he's in combat. Spectrum, you're going to try and get some more sleep now. You're teaching an arts and crafts class later. That's understandable, Spectrum. I hope you have a really good rest. Thank you for being here and for watching and chatting. Hope you have some good sleep and that your class goes well later as well. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Ghostface, you may also head out now and possibly be here on your next stream. Have a good one. Thanks for talking. That's no trouble at all, Ghostface. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope you have a really good one. Oh, good one, Rod. I forgot that I put the fucking key away. Hey there, Cynical, welcome. Yeah, isn't it just? That's the size of the snakes that we have here in Australia. Rest in peace, Yawn. You'll never be tired ever again. Cynical, you guess you're never going to Australia now. Yeah. The country where everything is trying to kill you when you go outside. Mosquitoes, flies, ants, spiders and snakes. Cynical here at Subway rats and cockroaches. Oh no. Cockroaches the size of dogs. Oh yeah, those ones are the worst actually. Hate those ones. Cynical, we went into the subway a couple of years ago and they were flying around like fruit flies, dozens of them. You've never heard a man scream until you heard you that day, Love Marzov. That would have been such a fright to actually see that happen. Like you would have thought you were in a friggin' monster movie or something. Cynical was terrible. You're not a scary person, almost nothing frightens you, but you can't stand large bugs, especially inside the house. Absolutely, and makes me think of times too when you're just doing something else, and then all of a sudden you have something like that pop up and you're like, holy fucking shit. That was cynical, yeah. Yeah, that's one of those. They like to surprise. Oh yeah, cynical. Yeah, they move so fast. They can be very damn tricky. Plus, they don't give a shit about other zombies. They'll claw them to get them out of the road to get to you. Alright, so I want to get the Magnum, which means I have to backtrack because I forgot to do what I needed to do to get it. Aha. I'm gonna have to get the small key out of the chest, I think. I hope that's where I put it. If not, I have to find where the other one is. Good. That's good. I thought I'd have to actually go and backtrack even further and try and find the other key, because I've already used 2 of them. And they're a one-use thing. Alright, just catching up in the video I'm watching to where I'm up to now. But I want to take a break once I get this set up and saved. And then on that break I'll also watch the rest of the video, but just break down the points and then put it in a document for myself to just read. Not that I'm going to finish the game earlier than I was hoping anyway now, but it'll save streaming for another 5 hours. But I think it's safe to say I won't be starting Resident Evil 2 Remake today, because by the time I finish this game, it's probably going to be midnight or 12:30 my time. Alright. Alright, I'm going to go and have a break. Going to put this message and pin it to the top of chat so that people coming into the stream while I'm on my break will know that I'm on my break. Streaming from the Xbox directly and don't have any other sort of like way to put the overlays and stuff on. But I'll be back to continue on. I'm going to look at the video guide that I've been looking at and make some dot points, and then that way I can just refer back and forth to that if I need to, instead of having to scrub backwards and forwards through the video. Be right back. Probably about 10 minutes I'd say, maybe 15. Alrighty then, back from my break. Hello there, Lucinda and Sprocket. Welcome to you both. Good morning. You jumped up as soon as the alarm went off today. Oh, did you? Cool. How's the stream going? It's going pretty good. I started a bit later my time, and I won't be getting to start the remake of 2 today, but it's okay. I would have liked to at least make a start on it, but by the time I finish this game, it's probably going to be midnight. But it's going well otherwise. I'm using a speedrun guide to just see where I need to go and stuff. Because I'm not going to get the good ending, I'm going to get the bad ending. So Rebecca's already dead. When the hunters came to attack her, I just kept on going about my business. How's it going, Sprocket? I did, Lucinda, yeah. Yep. To get through the game quicker, which isn't quicker than what I'm actually taking, but that's where we're at. Not bad, Sprocket. That's good to hear.
Enrico!
Don't come any closer, Chris.
What happened?
Double crosser.
Enrico, wait. Enrico!
Umbrella.
Enrico! Double crosser.
Just a little bit of a weak one, Sprocket, wasn't it? Wrong way, Rod. Wrong way, Rod. Wrong way, Rod. Wrong way, Rod. Got it written down, yet you're going the wrong way, Rod. Listen, what difficulty are you playing on? Just on 2. Oh, is it Lucinda? Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize there was a fourth one that you could unlock. That's cool that they did something like that. Let's see, there's two more. Hard mode, when you use the once again option. Oh yeah, yeah. Then there's a real survivor mode, which has some elements that resemble the original 96 game. Item boxes not linked, no auto aim, etc. Ah. That's cool that they did a fourth difficulty in that way as well.
You're a bit of a mess-up. Chris, take a piece of the action.
Oh no, Wesker died. Holy shit. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Anyway. One shotgun shell left. Hey there, Zereth. Resident Evil, a malpracticing doctor. That's the secret. That's the secret of what's going on. How's it going, Zereth? Oh, you did, Zereth? I hope you had a good rest. Getting closer to finishing Chris's campaign, which will finish the playthrough off. Zereth, the effervescent version soluble of your painkillers arrived. I did it. Well, that's good that they did. Hopefully the wait wasn't too long. Oh, that's excellent. That's great that they're much more effective, especially when you have severe pain that you need to take care of. Now we can run again. But that's because dissolved always absorbs into the body faster. Yeah, that definitely would help. Faster administration. Which really helps if you have bad pain. It's good to get the process of the relief to start as soon as possible.
Wesker.
So you've come. Chris, you make me proud. But of course you are one of my men.
Thanks. Since when, Wesker?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Since when have they been slipping you a paycheck?
I think you're a bit confused. I've always been with Umbrella. And stars were Umbrella's... No, rather, my little piggies. The Tyrant virus leaked, polluting this whole place, and unfortunately, I had to give up my lovely members of STARS.
You killed Enrico with your own dirty hands! You son of a bitch!
Enrico? Yes. I'm a fair man. I'll destroy all of you STARS along with this entire place.
You.
Time for show and tell. Get up. The ultimate life form. Tyrant.
Wesker, you've become senile.
Chris, you'll never understand. It's magnificent.
Come on, you test tube freak.
What a pathetic way to die. He's holding something. Observation note. The discovery of the G virus was in fact 21 years after the administration of the primogenitor virus. I don't know if that's supposed to be progenitor. But anyway, primogenitor virus. The prototype parasite which we had delivered from a laboratory in France was administered to the sample specimen. The sample specimen took in the parasite without showing any signs of adverse reaction. The lack of any reaction was an unsolved mystery, but now everything is clear to me now. The prototype parasite was incubating in the sample specimen's body for 21 years. Then from that incubating state, the prototype suddenly mutated. Evolved may be a more appropriate word to describe it. This observation gave me more insight into my research. Through further modification and testing, I was able to derive a method to create the G that surpasses the performance of the T. This was the breakthrough that would change the face of the biological weapons history. I can't wait to see the look on Alexia's annoying face when I finally announce my research, but unfortunately I'll have to wait a few more years to completely verify my findings. William Birkin. So of course in the original Resident Evil, characters like Alexia hadn't been created yet. So for this remake they were able to put them in, because obviously this remake came out after they introduced the character in the series. Yeah, Lucinda, no Rebecca to take the fall here. I've never actually seen this myself, because whenever I've done this game, I've always tried to get the best ending for both Chris and Jill. Hey there, Afro. Monsieur Redfield. Monsieur. Wesker. Du test du freak. Oh, have you, Afro? So what is the show like? Because I've never actually seen that. I've only seen Silence of the Lambs. I haven't read the novels upon which the movies were based. And of the adaptations, the only one I've seen is Silence of the Lambs. I haven't seen Hannibal or the original Manhunter or Manhunt, whatever it's called, Manhunter, I think, which was then remade later as Red Dragon. Haven't seen those, and I haven't seen the Hannibal series. He sure prepares human meat quite exquisitely, does he? Hang on, what am I doing wrong? Afro Mads Mikkelsen plays Hannibal in the series. His face and bone structure makes him very scary. Yeah, he's a really, really good actor. The first thing I saw him in was Casino Royale. That's right, Lucinda, yeah. He was also in, I think, that remake of Wrath of the Titans. Is it Wrath of the Titans? Clash of the Titans, sorry. Wrath of the Titans was the sequel to the remake. Afro, the way he forms sentences gives him a look of higher power, almost he feels very otherworldly. He isn't shown like an obvious killer or maniac, like it was in the Silence of the Lambs. Yeah.
This is Brad. Running out of fuel. This is your last chance. If there's anyone alive, give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
Yeah, not sure, Lucinda. I've never done this before to get his bad ending. Achievement. Every man for himself. Finish the game without saving anyone using Chris. Lucinda, that's right, there's no boss fight if you don't save anyone. Then you wonder who sets the self-destruct. Probably Wesker, since she gets technically lived. Yeah, I'm assuming, I don't think, I think I was reading that not every, like there's no actual ending that actually covers every canon thing with this, I don't think. So yeah. The mansion always gets destroyed. In the way that they say in Resident Evil 2. Or, you know, things after. I think anyway. But I'm not sure on that though. Yeah, Frost, this is the bad ending for Chris. Didn't save Rebecca and didn't save Jill. Wanted to do one that was quicker, to get through the game quicker, which ironically I did a little bit, because it took me 10 hours of stream time to get through Jill's campaign. Yeah, Lucinda, yeah, so the mansion didn't explode in this ending. So imagine what would have happened if this is how things actually went, you know. Hey there, Striker, welcome. That's true, they're all dead, all of them. That was good. Next time I play this game I can play as Jill and not save anyone. Because I haven't done that ending yet either. Striker, how could you not save Jill? Jill is bae. Mwahaha. Jill became a Jill sandwich. Although Jill's just chilling there. She's just, you know, chilling in the cell. Afro, what's next then? Next is I end the stream. Shinji Mikami. Hat off to you. Please make Evil Within 3.
Chris, you did a fine job.
Chris, you did a fine job. Chris has a new costume. Afro, well yes, but what's next as in next? So next as in what stream I'm doing next, or do you mean next as in what is next after Resident Evil Remake? Because if you mean what's next as in Resident Evil Remake, it's 2 next Monday. But in terms of what next is next, as which stream is next, the next stream that's next is GTA 5. I mean GTA 5. Alright, we're going to go and raid crocodiles. Here's a raid message that people can feel free to use if they'd like. He's playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood at the moment. Striker just say you want to bang out all the RE games in time for remake. Oh no, Striker. Yeah, there's no way I would have had to start in January if I wanted to do that, I think. Thanks for the GG, Zereth. I really appreciate it. Lucinda, thank you for the shout out and thanks for the stream. Glad you're able to see the bad ending since you've never seen it except for speedrunners. That's awesome, Lucinda, that you've been able to check out the stream to see the bad ending. Yeah, it was interesting to do it, you know, because I do want to get all the endings because I haven't done that before. Want to highly recommend people check out Lucinda and Stocks. Lucinda is a big fan of Resident Evil, is doing a marathon at the moment actually of many Resident Evil games. I think there's 13 or 15 of them. I can't remember the exact number, but Lucinda's playing through Resident Evil 2 original. I do believe she's onto the remake now though. Playing through that as well as original Resident Evil 3 and the remake of 3, and of course incorporating the Resident Evil 4 remake in that marathon as well. Has already done Resident Evil 0 as well as Resident Evil remake, and highly recommend. Also a big fan of stealth games like the Dishonored series. Also is a big fan of Dying Light. Stocks is actually a speedrunner who is doing some speedruns of Batman Arkham City. Highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before, if you're looking for a speedrunner doing that particular game, or if you're looking for someone streaming that game, if you're a big fan of it, definitely check out Stock's channel. 15 this time, is it? 15 of the games. Well, there you go. Which is quite a lot. But yeah, if I wanted to do that, like one day a week, I'd have to have started in January to do that. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. The next stream you'll see from me will be GTA 5. I'm doing my playthrough to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. If you see me streaming that game, then you know it's become Tuesday. That's my Tuesday and Wednesday game until it's finished. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you have a good one. Oh yeah, Lucinda. Plus the way that I play a lot of these earlier ones, my early game is very, very poor. Make mistakes, go the wrong way, get killed a lot or lose a lot of health. It's really like a tug of war in a way. But then eventually it balances out, thankfully, and once I get a bit of ammo saved up and all that, it seems to go fine. Yeah, Lucinda, it's so frustrating when that kind of thing happens, though. I think, come on, Rod. Why are you doing this for?